Sure. Yeah, at this stage, I hand it over to our moderators, Joelle and Nyonya, who will walk us through further.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amy, for giving us that structure of the events and what we are going to cover throughout. So just to mention that we have around 75 minutes, so we'll just make sure that we keep time and we maximize the time that we'll spend here. So first of all, before we start, I just want to share this few bullet points on why is it really important for us to have this discussion? Why is it really important to have dedicated side events on the work that refugees are doing? And maybe if you can help us with the slide, we thought maybe it's really important. We know that each and every one of us here is coming with different expertise and skills from the work that you are doing on the ground. But one thing that we thought it's really important for us to mention is the change of the nature of displacement. We have seen how displacement has changed over time. Unfortunately, we are moving, or we have shifted from a temporary situation to a more long-term situation. And it's really important for us to have this in mind, how to make sure that the solution that we are bringing is no longer short-term, but with a long-term kind of approach. Secondly, the complexity around the need of displaced person. It's very important to think beyond just the provision of lighting and cooking when addressing the refugee need of the displaced person, as we all agree that energy is a key driver when it comes to development. It's connected to education, it's connected to livelihood and other things that we have to take into consideration in order to have an holistic response that will address the need of this population. The other point is the valuable resources that we find within the displaced settings. This is really something that we don't have to take for granted. We have really great resources that we have to utilize. And for two main reasons, basically, and probably we might have more than two, but we just wanted to emphasize on the cultural relevance of our responses and technicality on how we adapt the solution that we are providing to refugees. So those are two main points that a lot of solutions that we have seen in these settings are failing to address. So culture and how to adapt the solution to the situation that we are having. The impacts of refugee projects. Again, we have entrepreneurs here today, and I'm really looking forward to have this conversation with them, hear from them, the work that they're doing. And we have seen how much the work that they're doing is really beyond just provision of lighting and cooking. It's really more on employments and ensuring like the skills that we have there. It's really something that can take the community to the next level. And the ensuring that the solution is really sustainable. That's also something that we have to take into consideration, how to work with local organizations, how to work with refugee-led organizations to ensure that the solution is cost-effective and sustainable in the long term. And the last point is on how to restore dignity. Dignity is really a key when it comes to energy provision settings. It's really important to just think of it's just really important to think of the restoration of dignity of the refugees. And it's really something that also gives them agency. It's really something that gives them independence in terms of relying on themselves. So this is just a few points that I just wanted to share with you before we start this conversation and hearing more from the entrepreneurs in the room. And I'll now take it to Andrea, who is researcher supporting some studies on refugee entrepreneurs and energy that is happening, the initiative that is happening. And just on that, before she comes on stage, my co-moderator will also join me here as she's just giving a points, and then we'll take it from there. Please, Yayo, you're welcome. And then you can introduce Andrea on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. My name is Nyayo Deng. I have worked with the GPA as a research associate, and we were working on the READS project, which is the roadmaps for energy access in displacement settings. So we wrote a Kenya report that highlights all just the energy situation at the Kakuma refugee camp as well as the Dadaab camp. So it's a pleasure to be here to meet some of the entrepreneurs that we met when we were at the Kakuma refugee camp. I'd now like to call upon Andira Kara on her presentation for Ashton, and I will go back slightly after. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andira Yusuf Kara. I'm originally from Sudan. I've lived in Kenya for more than 20 years as a refugee, and I'm still a refugee. And this is really important for me today. Briefly, just to highlight the work that we've been doing regarding data and evidence, which is really key when it comes to some of these things that we are talking about today. We understand with the growing and particularly prolonged refugee crisis within this region that we live in refugee settlements and camps within this region, poverty, energy continues to be very, very challenging and produces so many challenges in these settlements. And this leaves a lot of people that live in these settlements with energy poverty, limited livelihood programs, inefficiency, pollution, but also deforestation. And we've seen that there are several solutions that have come up. Humanitarian agencies have come up with meeting this, but most importantly, they're proven solutions that refugee-led organizations and refugee themselves have come up with that really important to highlight. So why focus actually on refugee-led energy access research? Maybe next slide, please. Ashton has been a key player in promoting innovative energy access solutions worldwide through particularly their annual awards. And in the last 5 years for running this awards, there are few applications that have come up from refugee-led initiatives. But we know when we go to these places, there's so many refugee-led organizations that are doing quite a lot. And it's in this where we've come up with this research to provide insights into, access to clean energy by these initiatives, and particularly to be able to highlight the importance of this refugee-led organization and proven solutions that they've come up with. And the research aimed to provide insights, but also identify challenges, but most importantly, practical steps to unlock more inclusive financing, maximizing the impact of refugee-led energy work. For the research, maybe next slide, we identified 3 key I would say findings. One is the role of refugee-led organization. And we found that there's so many refugee-led organizations, so many refugee entrepreneurs that are actively addressing energy challenges with inclusive, but also socially impactful solution. And like she mentioned, we're going to see some of them in the next round that we interviewed as well. And then there's also challenges that these refugee-led organizations face, but refugee entrepreneurs face. And primary challenge has been limited access to funding. And many struggle not only to secure funding to start some of these businesses, but also to scale up what were the businesses that they already have. Other challenges that we found that particularly are for this group of entrepreneurs is, their exclusion from decision making, but also lack of, refugee-centered financing initiatives. We also see another challenge on perception of refugee-led organizations. They're always perceived as high risk and, organizations that cannot be funded, and, difficulties in navigating application, but also funding criteria. Another thing that we found is on the steps. What are the steps that we can do in order for the intervention? So our research particularly outlined practical steps that funders, partners, but also humanitarian organizations can take to dramatically increase the growth of refugee-led organization clean energy initiatives. And some of them include, inclusive funding and investing calls, which focus, specifically on refugee-led clean energy. And there's so many other practical interventions that this research highlights. A short summary of this research on this report today, on the next slide, please, is available on our website. And we look forward to launching the full report later this year. So we want you to take a look at this, to take this opportunity today to look at this short summary of this report using that link. And you can be able to not only see the challenges that we've spoken about, but also those practical steps that you can be able to take in to involve refugee-led organization and initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andira, for highlighting the importance of refugee research and inclusion of refugees in creating energy solutions. Thank you for also highlighting the challenges faced in starting and scaling refugee businesses, as well as the practical steps that need to be taken to achieve sustainable energy. So to highlight this discussion, I would like to welcome our local entrepreneurs who are directly impacting the clean cooking and solar energy services at the Kakuma refugee camp. So I'll ask all the entrepreneurs to please stand up. And if you're a clean cooking entrepreneur, please come on this side of the stage. And the solar energy and other related services, please stand on this side with your profiles as well. We can give them a round of applause for their commitment, sustainability. Yeah, you could just hold your posters, clean cooking group on this side and the solar energy related services on that side. Just hold your profiles and show them to the audience. So for the clean cooking group, I'd like to introduce to you Farming and Health Education, represented by Marceline Munga, and he'll be on table number 1. The second group is Friends of Nature, represented by Pascal Blaise, and he'll be at table number 2. The third group is Green at Mind, represented by Vincent, and they'll be on table number 3 on this side. Can have your seats. The solar group.
Allow me to introduce the other categories that we have on solar and renewable and associated services. So we have Living Green, who will be taking table number, which number is that? Sorry. Number 7, sorry. Yeah. And then we have Kakuma Ventures. And he's there taking table number 5. We have Fena Solar with Harriet's with us here taking number 6. Okapi Green Vasco, representing the organization, is taking table number 4. And last but not least, Solar Force with Pascal taking table number 8. And as we are going with that, so the entrepreneurs will take the respective tables. We have numbers on the table. We'll just have a representative from each group to remain on stage, just share a little bit on what this work that they're doing, what is this all about, what are the challenges, and then we are also giving you the opportunity to start thinking of which table to join. So thank you so much. You can go back, and we'll have Harriet on stage together with Vincent. Thank you so much. Please, you can host it.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So to start the conversation on energy needs at the displacement settings, we have Vincent and Harriet who will be sharing an overview and giving us a landscape of how service delivery is at the Kakuma refugee camp. And if you could please share one main challenge that you faced in general as you're delivering your services. Thank you. Maybe Vincent could go first.
The kind of work we do is to provide clean energy solutions, especially for clean cooking, which we adapted to the refugees, because we want the refugee population the main challenge that we see is low income. Limiting the majority of them to get access to clean cooking technologies, but also they cannot afford some alternative on the market because of overlimiting income. So they need to squeeze between their food ration to get a product they can use for a certain period of time, which is very challenging for the majority of them. So basically, being part of the project group has given us an opportunity of understanding better what is happening, because we are going through the same experience and we feel the same thing they are feeling by using their food ration to buy a clean fuel, using their food ration to buy a clean cook stove, which is most of the time very high in terms of price, so it's not giving the majority of them to get access to clean cooking technology. So we are trying to make a solution which is adapted to their income level, and we are not alone, because there are also other private companies acting on the ground, and we are trying together to sustain the need of over 230,000 refugees who are living in Kakuma.
Thank you so much for highlighting that. And I guess probably for the audience, this gives us a good understanding, introduction to what cooking solution looks like in different settings. And maybe just to hear, it's on the provision of lighting solution to the displaced person, what is happening there, and what are this one big challenge that we are facing as the provider in these settings.
Thank you so much. My name is Harriet Nungola. I am the founder, CEO of the local woman-led organization based in Uganda. So Fena Solar is a last mile distributor of solar lights. We are implementing projects in the refugee settlements. So we started implementing these projects in 2022 with the support of and in partnership with GIZ Endev and now EP Africa. Yeah, so the big challenge working with the refugee settlement, refugee population and the communities is that, of course, these are just displaced people and they end up in those settlements. So as companies, as an entrepreneur, I'm being enabled to go and do service delivery, sell to our target customers who are the refugees. But the big challenge is that the refugees are not enabled. Nothing is done like to build their financial capacity to be able to purchase the solar systems. So they are kept in that, like, with that concept, like, no, they can't afford to buy bigger systems and they should be subsidized. So we feel that there should be a lot of more there should be more interventions to enable the refugees have the purchasing power.
Thank you. Thank you so much again for highlighting that. And I really like the point of the limitations that are there for refugees to access the solution that you guys are providing. And maybe as you're moving now, and thank you so much, you can now join the respective tables. And as we are moving to the discussion, like now, this is the moment to hear from the entrepreneurs. Feel free, ask questions. They have a lot to share. They came here well prepared to tell you what they're doing and how they're doing that. It's really also an important moment for you to how to work with local refugee-led initiatives to bring impact in the lives of millions of refugees who really need energy. So as we are going, we'll have 15 minutes again for discussion. Roundtables, we have numbers on the table. Feel free to join a table that you want to, to hear from and hear from their work. And then after that, Amy will help us with the to go to the second round of discussion, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you so much.
Yes, and we'll only have 2 rounds of discussion, so pick wisely. So now you can all get up, and I think if our entrepreneurs could stand up and kind of wave where you are, then everyone redistribute around the room. Yeah, exactly like that. And then you'll have roundtable discussions with each of them. So the people in the middle table that don't have that don't have an entrepreneur at their table, please go to one that does.
Yeah, to us, we are categorized by area where we are doing activities, and we have a distribution that we have
the Union West as a service they give that West resources. Most of us, but also use some West we count that West just use a simple technique we're able now to use just a simple way. I mean, that's we have some features there, but because there is some people there, very simple technology. Use some West inside and leave it, but also close it well. Put some pipe on the top of the carpet. Then 7 to 21 days, you are able to use plants. Clean out or the bottom, but you can just it in the middle here and they compact it well for some days. Then it will a little bit dark and they say it's called what? Pressure will come up, and that's now the
from everywhere.
Training these refugees, both hard and soft skills. Then we do the country and then we go ourselves and then what so we talk about let's take
Largely of the areas that's likely spread out. So most people access would be their smartphone. So you would purchase a vaccine into one hundred. There's no people to access from any refugees. It's that you support Okay, and then how do you, so we're, how do you measure? So how do you know what is like moving? How do you know?
Transportation. Because we don't have our tax, that's where we find the best. Sometimes when we have money, but some we have
we just use only the waste, and we also have some agricultural waste. So let us use this agricultural that's first understanding the community, but the learn and the well distributed use of the human waste.
Yeah. The more waste, and you give me this focus with the community. Then dying and then you are dying. How is it sustainable?
Yeah. So they're gonna be size 600 kilowatt. Yeah. Yeah. And they're gonna have a small area. It's not relevant to the best part. Because people don't have access to this. 2016, I got a small kilowatts, and I realized myself into the service of it, just go to them outside of the and then from there I get to maybe I can also having people to be the time that we was out when our that is higher demand of people that is to be connected. You know, that's going to take more so it's affecting people that also living here and actually kind of venture so when from what happened in the energy market to give people access to since we started up to date, we have 20 kilowatts minimum, and the 20 kilowatts minimum is one of the 200 customers. In 150 also, and 50 businesses. During this area of our operation, we continue we commission the group we need also some challenges whereby we are choosing people from our system, and this is too much. Then we are also moving down how much getting so we try to get with this and we can then the end of the program, so we don't need to so people as a result, they have access to the wider level and markets to be successful for
And that's not actually a scam the impacts. We are not allowed to switch the happiness with the refugees and post communities because we don't find build in social infrastructure. We have somebody manage massive bunch of people that were very small so we have developed some of the research centers for use, and they don't need our hospitals so that they get decided so that at least they do whatever they do as students or applying or looking for job online. Some of them wherever they are, they get from them and one of the days so all of the as well as languages and both communities and so that as I said we reach
What would you say is the most demand? Sure, you can't meet all the demand. Those of which they demand. Okay, now the highest demand products is solar which is this is solar system is a three lights and some charging. And the reason now is more highly demanded because of the subsidy, which makes it affordable. Otherwise, before they used to go for the small people and
so the phone system subsidy
and then actually this
there are opportunities across some of the opportunities that are there. We have some of the opportunities in terms of investment. We are able to raise 1.5 years million for us to get going. But again, Just a limitation of the massacres for the development organization, we're working together with the intent to improve the and also to make sure that it meets it's the persona we build. I don't have decision to purchase it because just the video from social media bind so the first thing is does it work? We need to be yes. Change. It's a model that's happening how much and I felt that it's not the time. I saw that was not uniqueness of ours. This is just to show the second aspect, our stoves, we are using the removable ash. So with a lot of stoves, and we're done with fixing, we need to turn it. Throw the ash. So you find this movie on a daily basis, submitting with something we have conditions and there's one last question on the surface. When it comes to the weight, how do you collect the waste? Like, will they bring it to you? You have your own. So it's just right. Yeah, I'm telling you, this one is I have some places verify. Like in the public, like market there. Sometimes we see someone giving the
3 minutes. So there are also like segregation at home.
It's but now we have reached 2010. And this have been come through our partners, not only around the camp. So what we do, we usually do, we come to our office, we build remotes toilets as well. But when we are building this, we can't build it by our hands, we build it with our lead. That's our first so when we are building it with the community, so I'm going to get the first understanding of the usage here. So, and this is where the safety question being thought, you know, for them, you know, in that risk, the info, diseases as he was asking the cement, you know, these are the issues that have been always fighting with each other.
Some of the giving people, not giving people.
You're welcome, Bisimo. Thank you. Please help me. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, you don't have to say just.
All right. Thank you very much, Joel. Hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you to all the presenters, to the entrepreneurs, for all what you've shared. I'll just take just the 2 minutes
Yeah.
to share my reflections. First, I would like to again emphasize that there are innovations in the refugee and forced displacement settings. And is just really to make these innovations visible and provide support to scale and to develop. So I think having lived in some of the refugee camps, I've seen these firsthand. And so I would call upon everyone here really to kind of work together to support these innovations. But also on the side of the refugee communities, I think there's one thing that I would like to really again emphasize, and I heard it from Harriet. The question of mindset on the side of refugees that also needs to be addressed. Yes, the refugee situation is looked at as a temporary situation, but we're seeing refugees continuously living in protracted situations. And so we need to really show that there's a need towards integration, local integration, economic, also supporting their own development, refugee development. Access to energy is key for socio-economic development. And I think we have to also change this mindset. We to support them. Yes, there are subsidies that are being provided, but these are not sustainable. But in refugee communities, they're actually diverse. They represent a diverse section of the energy market. And so we really adapt our technologies that but also to the different segment of the market. There are businesses that are doing really very well and need to be supported. We also have households that also need solutions that can also address their needs. I think these are very, very important issues that we have to work on so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for highlighting those ones. Allow me to pass it on now to Marriott for a quick words. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think my colleague has actually done the job and he has made my work very easy. So I'm going to be here for just a minute, I think, or two. But I think what came out from our conversations are very critical. One is the need for us to actually transform the communities that we're actually working in so that they can actually be able to afford some of the products that we're actually giving them. So if you are going to be distributing products or if you are intervening in a community, how do you also ensure that there is a budget that is also meant for the communities to actually be transformed so that they are able to actually afford some of the product that we're actually working with? I think my colleague actually mentioned it, that there is so much reliance on external funding, makes the work very unsustainable. So there is actually a need for us to be able to, as we're having this conversation, how do we ensure that the reliance on external funding or subsidies is actually reduced so that we have some of this solution in the long term? Because in our discussion there, they're saying things to do with supply, things to do with maintenance, these are all relying so much on subsidies. I think also the importance of creating awareness in the communities. How do we also ensure that the communities actually own this, the distribution of the product? How do we ensure that we have centers where, which are very close to the refugee communities, which are very close to the communities that we're actually targeting, and we raise awareness so that they can actually be the one maintaining some of this product in case maybe they're broken down after distribution. Lastly, is also the issue of dealing with suppliers that actually giving us genuine products. Because if you're going to be distributing a refugee settlement where maybe you have a product that breaks down after every 2 weeks, after every month, 1 week or 3 weeks, and then it's going to discourage a lot of them and people are not going to end up buying. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you once again. And last but not least, Izona from Hashden. Of course, we know that Hashden is doing amazing work supporting entrepreneurs. So yeah, just hearing quick words as we are closing the session.
I know everyone will be hungry, so I'll keep it brief and great summaries. We heard lots of information about the challenges during the plenary, and I hope that as you've gone around the different tables this morning, you've heard some of the opportunities, some of the innovation, some really inspiring stories around what is happening both on the technical, the enterprise and the social development that many of the refugee entrepreneurs have been working on in the settlements and the communities who they work with. So I think as you go off for lunch, take away with you that there are some fantastic organizations out there and that everyone who is working in the humanitarian energy space should be thinking about how we can work with these opportunities that are already on ground, who are there for the long term, who have really deep knowledge of the communities and the customers they're serving, and could really, really add value to the work that we're all doing and the efforts that we're all making.
Thank you.
Read our report.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those words. And allow me to say thank you again for having me, facilitating the discussion and alongside my colleague Nyayo. And I'll now officially pass it on back to Amy for closing, and we can go towards taking our lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I think we should give a big round of applause for all the presenters, entrepreneurs. Thank you, Joel and Daniel, for moderating. And yes, I hope that you get connected. I think it's very obvious that these businesses have the capabilities to serve their communities. So I think we need to put our heads together as well to see how to support as much as we can. So I hope the connections made today will make some steps towards that. And now, importantly, we get to go to lunch. At the back of the room, we'll have our colleague Phil, if you want to raise your hand, who has lunch vouchers. And the lunch is on floor 2 near the pool. So make sure you don't leave the room without a blue voucher for lunch. And bon appetit. One more announcement for people as they're leaving the room as well. The next session will start at 1:45. So you have 1 hour and 10 minutes for lunch. And in this room, it will be about subsidy design and financial interventions. Thank you.
So check 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. So check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. So check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. So check 1, 2. Oh, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. So check on two. So check on two. Mic check on two. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2. So check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Check. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. So check 1 2. We're testing 1 2. Check 1 2. Well, check 1 2. Check 1 2. So check 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Picha. Haraka haraka twende tusichelewe lunch.
John. Sorry, guys. Hello. Hello, hello. Can everyone please take a seat and quiet down? We're going to start the session now. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session. I hope you all had a good lunch and a coffee and are ready for a wonderful discussion. My name is Amy. I'm going to be the facilitator of this session. Yeah, we have a very nice session on market-based energy access in displacement settings. I think we all know that delivering energy access sustainably often happens through markets. But when you have very expensive infrastructure and people with lower ability to pay, there's a gap there that needs to be figured out. And so that's what we'll be talking about today. And I will now hand over to Mattia, who will have some opening comments, and then we'll go into a panel discussion and some audience Q&A. So as the session goes on, be thinking about what your key questions are, and we will go into them after. Thanks. Over to you, Mattia.
Thank you, Amy, and hi, everyone. And I hope you had a good lunch, a good espresso to close it. Yeah. And you are energized for this session. I hope it will bring some energy. I think it's going to be interesting. Someone earlier on this morning talked about this conference, which opened in a way the work of this humanitarian energy sector coordinated by the GPA. It was 6 years ago. I was there in Berlin. And at the time, the discussion was about bringing the private sector into humanitarian space. And today's session is, is much further than that. We're talking about, what type of business models work, what type of financial interventions. So the discussion got more sophisticated. It's not there yet, but clearly in 6 years, a lot of steps ahead. I think in today's session, we're going to hear a lot of interesting solutions, successes, challenges. And I hope we leave this audience with a sense of what can be done to bring all this to scale after all those years of attempts to tackle what is probably the #1 driver for lack of access, not just in displacement settings humanitarian, but globally, which is affordability. The World Bank says that out of 60 billion needed to reach energy access by 2030, 12 billion are just around affordability, about building systems to make energy products more affordable. Over 100 million displaced people, at least half of them cannot afford the most basic energy services, when about 90% of them don't even access them. Now, the sector has moved because 8 to 10 years ago, the humanitarian space was about energy as a secondary service, often donated in a, I'd say, with a low quality type of service by the humanitarian organization. Now we move to the place where some private companies are involved, some implementing organizations with development experience are involved, and also some of the industry associations. So just to introduce myself, I'm Mattia Vianello, I'm the head of energy of Practical Action. We are a global organization. We've been working in development for the last 50 years. And we try to work and tackle the challenges, especially increasingly climate challenges, with some of the most vulnerable communities across Africa, South Asia, and Latin America. And specifically in the humanitarian energy space, we've been trying to experience and explore how we can bring the lessons from the development space and from the progress of the energy access sector of the last 10 years into what has been a bubble for the last decades, which is the humanitarian space. So we now have a group of great speakers from the implementing organization. We are from somewhere from GIZ Rwanda. We have Richard, an entrepreneur in Burundi, selling energy products there to displaced people. We have Mirta representing RVO, a funder trying to build markets in development and humanitarian spaces. We have Rebecca Rhodes from Gogla, the Solar Off-Grid Association, which will bring a perspective from the industry. And then we have Andrea Aricale from the World Bank that will talk about scale, how we can bring all this to scale. And just to say, when we talk about affordability, obviously, although this session is going to focus around financial interventions, external financial interventions, we know that it's always about a combination of business models and financial interventions. Business models which spread the cost, like pay-as-you-go, energy as a service, are the ones that are making products more affordable. Those need to be combined with financial interventions. They can be a different type. A grant is a financial intervention. We're going to talk mostly about subsidies and end user subsidies on this speech here. But of course, I know in the next few days at the GOGS conference, there will be a lot of sessions talking specifically about the most promising business models to tackle affordability. While we're going to talk about end user subsidies, because is one of the probably the most successful story in terms of financial interventions in the humanitarian space, in the settings where private sector is coming in and selling products. And this also happened outside the humanitarian space. You know, there have been examples of like government-led subsidies schemes, like for example, in Rwanda, 10% of population reached with solar home systems to subsidies, or in Nigeria, over 1 million products sold in 1 year through subsidies. And even from our experience, practical action, we've been working for about 7 years in the refugee camps of Rwanda. Now we're working all 5. And our initial work was very much about bringing players, market players into the space. But very soon we realized that that was not enough. We needed to make sure we are building the right tools for even the most vulnerable, the poorest amongst the refugee communities and the surrounding communities to access those. So a lot of experiences implemented in the recent years, not just us, practical action. Mercy Corps have been doing great work with subsidies in Niger. We'll hear from GIZ in Uganda, of course, SNV as well in other countries. So many examples. So if today is not about silver bullets, about hearing some good solutions and trying to understand how we can scale them up. We have the World Bank to tell us about. But without further ado, I think I will stop here in terms of introduction. And I hope we can leave about 20 minutes, 25 minutes for discussion later on. We try to have 3 rounds of questions with our speakers, a lot of speakers here. So the first one is very quick, 1 minute each. I will be ruthless, keeping time. Yeah, my watch here. And it's very much to give the audience a sense of the perspective we're bringing for the conversation. So we start very much to hear the story and to frame the context. So Samuel, from GIZ Uganda, please introduce the context we're working in and the type of work you're doing in Uganda. 1 minute, briefly, just to give a sense of what we'll discuss later on.
Thank you. GIZ Uganda, I work as the energy advisor within energy and climate cluster. We have flagship projects within refugee settlement. We have energizing development and the energy solutions for displacement setting. And these projects have been focusing on improving sustainable market-based approaches for both the refugees and the host communities. In our context, our refugees live together with hosts, so you cannot separate them. So our has been on both supply and demand. Happy to explore more. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Samuel, for being very concise, very clear. So Uganda, market involvement in humanitarian settings and refugees. And Samuel, tell us about your experience and your perspective as a company operating in Burundi.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Richard, and I come from Burundi. I'm the CEO of Renugen in Burundi, and thank you for inviting me. We sell solar home system to rural households, but also to returnees and refugees, returnees who are coming back from Tanzania, especially in the southern part of Burundi, but also eastern part. We work with microfinances because returnees, they don't have cash. They rely on humanitarian as grants, but we also connect them. I mean, the group of returnees connect them to MFI so that they can get loans to buy products. They need them, but they don't need money.
Thanks. And we'll hear more about the financial interventions you're dealing with in a second. Mirta, tell us about the work of RVO and how you are dealing with the humanitarian energy space.
Yes, thank you, Mattia. My name is Mirta van der Stok. I work for RVO, Netherlands Enterprise Agency. And RVO is an executing agency of the Dutch government, and we work closely with policymakers at ministry level. RVO steers, amongst others, the Energizing Development Program, which Samuel just touched upon, and the demand-side subsidies program that takes place in the humanitarian energy space in Niger and Uganda. Aside that, we have results-based finance, which energy gets to sell refurbished products here in Kenya. Oh, yes, of course. And RVO has been
involved in the development of the Sustained Initiative, which is led by Mercy Corps, Oxfam and Practical Action in Northern Uganda, which is about to embark.
Yeah, I think we're starting some work in Rwanda together and in Uganda's Mercy Corps. So the face from Mercy Corps colleague there. And Rebecca, so tell us a bit what's the Off-Grid Lighting Association perspective on this, but also, you know, how does the industry looks at the humanitarian space?
Yep. Well, first of all, we're not any longer the Off-Grid Lighting Association. We just go by Gogla because we realized it's not just about lighting anymore. It's about productive use systems, healthcare. So there's a lot more to it. It's the name that never dies, though. So Gogla is the Association for the Off-Grid Solar Sector, and we really focus on universal energy access goals. And we believe that we need a viable market to be able to reach those goals. And that's kind of, it matters in the cities, the urban areas, but also, you know, far-reaching rural areas, displaced camps. And so we work with companies, impact investors, donors, and governments to really create the foundations of that market, to make sure that companies have the investment that they need, the tools, the standards, and the operational ability and capacity to do what they need to do and get to those far-reaching areas.
Thanks. And we'll get into more of the lessons from the Gogla, apologies, into the space. And Andrea, so I think it's about over 400 million of the 600 million people with no access to electricity in Africa are either living in conflict-affected areas, or they're too poor, or living in displacement. And very often those conditions are overlapping. So what is the World Bank doing about that?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the question. And thank you for inviting me and to be on this panel with this amazing panelists and this great audience. So indeed, there are 685 million people without access. And if we continue on this trajectory, there will be 660 million people lacking access to electricity in 2030, meaning basically we're going on par with population growth. This is very critical because 60% of those people are living in FCV countries. And as we're going forward towards electrification, this is not a linear path. The people that are to be electrified are getting increasingly harder to reach with affordability constraints. The World Bank, as a custodian agent of SDG 7, has recently announced the Mission 300, which aims to electrify 250 million people and 50 million people from the African Development Bank by 2030. It has also launched the DARES program, which accelerates the development and the deployment of distributed renewable energy in Africa to achieve SDG 7. And there are a number of very large projects that have been launched with this intention of reaching SDG 7 and making sure that everybody has access to sustainable and modern electricity services, including those in refugee settings and host communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. And you know, I think the second question, we'll go into the details of hearing more how you're helping all those organizations to really scale up their work. But now let's zoom in really in Uganda, the context, and let's hear from Samuel, who's been involved in actually running a subsidy scheme and users. Just to give the audience, I mean, I'm sure some people in the audience will have direct experience with this, others will not have. So might ask questions about the challenges and what is that really in practice. So in a few minutes, if you can describe us, what is the scheme, this project we're working on in Uganda?
Thank you, Mattia. As by the end of September, Uganda has about 1.7 million refugees. And like Mata said, Uganda is one of the pilot countries implementing demand-side result-based financing scheme. The structure in which this demand-side subsidy was designed looks at both supply and also the end user. So in principle, our situation, our context, we work with, we live together with the refugees. The hosts live together with the refugees, and therefore, any consideration that targets refugees alone is not feasible, and it must consider both. So, in this subsidy, we combined both geographic and demographic, especially when you are selecting the end users. So,
geographic and demographic alone for these targeted groups may not be necessarily translate to achieving the target of reaching needed subsidy. So in our situation, in this pilot, you have another criteria, eligibility criteria, which we believe we try as much as possible to reduce leakages through use of COBO. So this COBO helps us to know exactly qualifies for this subsidy. So another aspect that we also considered, especially on the side of the demand, is the price, the subsidy levels. Here we use absolute in the sense that we have maximum, and then the companies are able to apply it without going beyond the maximum cap. So we also have the aspect of verification, because when you implement demand side subsidies, there's a tendency that the people you target at the time of design may not be able to do. So verification helps to avoid those leakages. And in this essence, we use external verifiers, independent verifiers, who ascertain whether the real target people, based on the eligibility criteria, are the ones who benefited from this. The model of delivery of this subsidy, we use a fund manager. Fund manager, in this case, our case is PSFU, Private Sector Foundation Uganda. They are responsible for doing the disbursements after the verification. We have multiple disbursements because, of course, we know with the end user subsidies, is a possibility that money can be held for this private sector. So the private sector solar companies and cook stores are responsible for the sales to these eligible people. And also one aspect that we noticed was that in our design and also implementation, the subsidy levels were project specific. So technologies, depending on their various types, had also different levels of subsidy as well as cooking. We are trying to achieve up to 1,850, 1,085,000 households with the clean cooking solutions, and then 23,000 households with the solar home systems. Here we are looking at one household getting one technology. In this case here, you can have solar, but you cannot have maybe two pieces of technology under this scheme. One lesson, before we did this, we had the blended RBF. Of course, when you are targeting, there are a lot of consideration. Data is one of them. We relied on data from Humanitarian and also other data from the multi-dimensional poverty index, and also our country level specific data on the income status of this target group. So our project has been implemented, or we're implementing it in West Nile and some parts of northern Uganda. Here we are focusing on the refugee settings of West Nile and northern Uganda. Also, we considered Kriadongo, which is in Midwest. So those are the project areas, and I think the results have been trickling. We're also learning. We noticed that one major challenge in this case is especially on the side of suppliers who are doing this, because many of them did not consider the market price based on the realities on the ground. So ideally, they used the pricing, the market price of the country, forgetting that the context they were going to work in is quite different, because the operational costs are quite high, and therefore for any kind of subsidy, the people, the suppliers who are giving their prices must be considerate of the dynamics of the area where they're going to play. Thank you.
Thanks, Samuel. Just let me ask you a quick follow-up question, because one of the challenges that has been made in the few years to end user subsidies that very often they're linked to certain type of business models or companies, and they restrict the opportunity for other companies to come in, and therefore actually they exclude some of them. Just wanted very briefly before we speak with the company, if you can tell us how did you do to engage with companies and what criteria you adopted?
Yeah, I think the model used here is it was restricted, and we did selective process in which a call was made by our fund manager. All the companies were given opportunity to apply, and they went through a selection process based on the set criteria. So in this case, those that we found feasible, work in that context, they were given. So overall, we have about 18 companies implementing this demand-side result-based financing project.
Okay, that is very clear. Sorry, Richard, just 1 second. And on the selection of the households who have access to those, you say you relied on data from UNHCR. So that was very important. And those data were like socioeconomic data, like of ability to pay for those households, because it's restricted to a segment of the population, right?
Yeah, like I said, we used the geographic and the demographic targeting. But of course, in here we have about 15 districts. Not everyone who is in that district qualifies. That's the reason why we said we had another eligibility criteria. Any household that is already connected to grid does not qualify for this. Anybody who already has existing solar or maybe cook stove does not, unless it's not working. So on top of having geographic and demographic, we had to tailor it. We have lessons learned from our blended RBF. Otherwise, if we left it open, the intended people would have not benefited from this. And with this criteria, we try to avoid social tensions. Because I mean, with clear information who qualifies and who does not qualify, it eases that tension, given the fact that these refugees and hosts live in the same area.
Thanks, Samuel. And please just ask the audience if you have questions for any panelist, just write them down. Then we'll have some space for that. And Samuel, let's bring you the perspective of an entrepreneur, working quite difficult environment, not just rural Burundi, but also with returnees from displacement, and also some displacement people displaced in displacement. So can you tell us a bit about your experience, but also how financial interventions of this type, of similar ones, are helping you or not helping you, making it harder for you to sell products to those communities?
Thank you. Thank you so much. This type of scheme happened in Burundi also last year by the EU, but the objective was to create market, but didn't create market. So there's also a negative side of it. But what we currently do is we are a paygo company. We are first paygo company in Burundi. Burundi are very much behind other countries, but we are a bit in front of South Sudan. But we are very much behind Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and Rwanda. So we're the only paygo company currently. We have grants. We've been working on grants so far. Grants from EEP Africa and from the World Bank. Last year was the EU. So we distribute these solar home systems to individual households who live in a very difficult, very far from the grid. But we also to sell more, we work with VSLAs, as we call them. These are village savings and loans associations. These are women mostly who gather every week and they put the money together and they lend the money to one another to buy a product or to do a business. So at this time we bring our products and they buy a product with their own money. Those who are not mature enough or who do not have enough money, we have contracts with microfinance institutions whereby the microfinance provide money to them and this money is transferred through the account and come to our account. So we are happy because the cash flow is good and we focus on what we are good at, all the technical aspect, and after sale, the MFI, we do their job of collecting cash. But the challenge with humanitarian or refugee settings is that before coming to Burundi, I met WFP, UNHCR people. They are distributing for free, which means we are kind of we can't go into refugee camp to sell because they're providing for free, which is a very bad thing for us. So it's kind of conflict, humanitarian and business conflict. Yeah. With our partnerships, that's why we are approaching UNHCR and the government of Burundi to open up a private company to reach also refugee camp. Yes, that's what I can say.
Sorry, just to pick up on a couple of things you said. So, and the VLAs, which is the village level association, I guess, and this type of like local informal financial systems that work. And we also have direct experience with practical action of that in Rwanda with some revolving fund, which works better than some external type of money injection. So sometimes those informal settings work, but you need to really know the context to design them. Very often when we come in those settings, we don't know the context enough. And we come up with this very over sophisticated systems sometimes. So it's, yeah, this is a good situation. We also hear about your typical situation of a company struggling to come into the humanitarian space because there is over reliance on free products. I guess this is a bit the big dilemma, right? And it's almost, if you look at the market spectrum, on one side, on one extreme, people are, they're actually too poor to pay for any type of energy service, especially if you look at the emergency situation. There is already just been a disaster, evacuation, and something just started. People cannot physically afford or even access those things. So free immediate distribution is, and for any essential service, is fundamental. And then on the other side, we have situations of camps which have been there for 20, 25 years, which are real economies on themselves, which are however, there's still a bit of the first one, because the humanitarian space which is operating has been used wearing the same hat of the emergency situation. Clearly, there is a need of shift. But also, I think there is a need to be very specific to which point of the spectrum we are, and because each solution will fit that specific point, not the other ones. And I think that's one of the big challenges. Even when we talk about humanitarian energy, such a broad word, we need to be very specific what we're talking about. So here we're talking about displacement settings in Uganda, very well connected with surrounding communities, different situation in Burundi, and I think we'll hear more. So thanks, Richard, but we'll get back to that. And Mirta. So I think it's good to hear, because I mean, one of the questions is who's paying for those subsidies or those schemes, and really, where are the money come from? And so it's good to have the perspective of one funder, RVO. Can you tell us a bit more about your experience with RVO? I know also you recently launched a toolkit about subsidy schemes, so it would be good to hear from that, and any specific lesson you would share with the audience here.
Yes, definitely. Perhaps then first that toolkit that was published recently under the End User Subsidy Lab. And perhaps under the Energizing Development Program, we use demand-side subsidies. The World Bank uses end user subsidies. Potato, it's the same. It's just a direct discount for the customer. This End User Subsidy Lab runs parallel to the demand-side subsidies pilot. And it's a platform currently ESMA, Clean Cooking Alliance, and NF as members to capture learnings and share whatever we learn by implementing responsible subsidies. And recently, indeed, we published a toolkit, which is a practical guide to design responsible end user subsidies, whereby we aim to prevent market distortion as much as possible. This tool has been developed for anyone that wants to implement subsidies, so either governments or practitioners or donors or whoever is interested in implementing subsidies for grid solar products and clean cooking products. The toolkit describes different steps, 5 steps on designing a subsidy, and these are based on learnings from past subsidy programs so far. So it comes with decision trees at different steps and case studies we know thus far. Open Capital Advisors has been producing this toolkit, and this Thursday during the Boxer event, we'll have a workshop where we mock design a subsidy. So if anyone is interested in joining that session, learning more, then give me a shout. Then I'm happy to invite you. It's not on the program because it's behind closed doors. With regards to some of those learnings thus far, what we have learned from implementing the subsidy programs, I started 2 years ago. Next to implementing subsidies was doing this in partnerships. So we work closely with the World Bank in the countries that we work in order to scale up the approach. Endeavor is versatile and quick and can adjust. So whatever works and does not work, we handle, well, we don't handle what doesn't work, but works we hand over. And but what we learned is that working in partnerships is hard. It takes a lot of time. It requires work, it requires commitment, and that has been a challenge. One of the successes was in Liberia. It's not in a displacement setting, but it's in the hardest to reach, very remote areas. But there, the Energy Agency, together with the World Bank and NBEF, they jointly designed a resource-based finance, both demand and supply side subsidies, where the World Bank funds to the supply side and demand side funds are paid by the Netherlands Ministry by the demand side subsidies. This took time and it's difficult. And normally here talking about partnership and about scaling up, but what we just five experienced, it takes time and it's difficult. But I am very proud at the Liberia example where we have this joint approach and buy-in, hopefully, to scale up the subsidy approach. Perhaps a bit more technical is on communications to learning, and I have one more learning on the design. And in communications, first of all, Samuel was already talking about it, but that from the onset, you have to what you communicate to your customers in order to avoid social tension. Why is this a eligible for a product sort of home system with 85% discount and Mr. Bill is not? So that aspect. But on the other hand, communication is very important, and we heard that this morning as well downstairs. We want market development. We want to move out of where people are used to getting products for free. So do you communicate a subsidized product to an NGO, or do you communicate you can purchase this product for temporary discount? That makes a difference in set. I think that's something that we just try and try to apply. And then good practices on avoiding market distortion. That's something that we want to learn. What are those? But I can't give you the answer yet because we're still in the demand-side subsidies program. But what I do think is that we about these 5 steps of the toolkit, and then I mindfully try to design a scheme that fits the context of the different areas that we operate in. We think thereby taking into account exit from the start is something that could be seen as a good practice already.
Thanks, Mirta. And just from direct experience, having gone through the toolkit, it's I really recommend it. It's extremely accessible, easy. I mean, the balance between being accessible and informative and technical is incredible. So good job. It's a very good it's very usable document. That's what I want to say. It's not the usual toolkit, which is just going on the shelf. So really recommend people to use it. And obviously, then you need the next level of technical discussion to go into the percentages, the subsidies, and all that, which is even further. But thanks for now, Mirta. And Rebecca, so tell us, what's, being with Google for a few years, Google has been around a number of years. There's so much excitement and about this week and so many lessons, successes. Of course, one of the big discussions about how do we reach the hardest to reach, apologies for the repetition. And it's probably one of the areas where the off-grid sector has been struggling to find solutions, but some successes have been happening. So if you can tell us a bit, any key lessons, both from a sort of business model side, but also financial intervention side, that you think the solar industry can offer to the humanitarian space. This is your stage to do so.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think just to point out, one of the areas that we're looking at is the amount of investment that we need into the sector to reach universal energy access. And of the, I think Andreas will correct me if I'm wrong on the numbers, but I think it's 21 billion needed to reach universal access by 2030. And of that, it's around 20% that will need to come through subsidies. So to reach that, we really need to make sure that those subsidies are going to the right place, that they're smart and targeted, and that the companies that receive them have the right models to actually be sustainable, kind of long-term supply and service to the customers, which is really important. So we as an industry have also seen a shift over the last couple of years. 2 years ago, Gogla launched an industry position, just recognizing that there are parts of the off-grid solar sector that are commercially viable and profitable, but it's not the whole industry, and we won't reach 100% of people without access to electricity, without demand-side subsidies, without well-targeted subsidies. We've also recently launched a Leave No One Behind working group, which is looking at what are the different business models do we need to actually go to those hardest to reach places, the displaced communities, humanitarian settings. So we're kind of launching a new phase of exploring what else can we do to increase affordability for energy access. So we know that some subsidy programs, actually, we see better repayment rates on PAYGO systems where subsidies are in place. And that means that those customers have longer term access. They don't default. They're not over indebted with consumer financing. And so there are successes that we need to learn what are the factors and replicate those across programs. And that's where the End User Subsidy Lab comes in as well. Operationally, I think it's really important that we learn lessons about what works. For example, in the PAYGO model, it's a false economy if we introduce pay-as-you-go systems and customers become over-indebted because the companies don't have the right credit risk management processes in place. So, and this is particularly important, I think, for subsidy providers as well, making sure that the companies that they're working with also have the capacity to develop the right operational practices and put in place the right tools and the right processes for that. So that's one of the things that Gogla is working on at the moment, is just building the credit risk management practices within the industry and putting customers at the center of those operations. But beyond that, looking at kind of unit economics and making sure that the viable market, the viable operations is there. We are also working with NDEV at the moment to look at what those best practices are. And I think it's something that we need to do more of in the off-grid solar sector and the humanitarian sector, is actually learn lessons together about what operations work and which don't. We do have companies already in markets such as Mozambique that have successfully reached internally displaced people with the sort of operational models. So there are things that work, consumer protection standards, for example, that we can replicate from the normal market to also displaced and humanitarian markets as well. Second point is just going back to the leave no one behind. We are looking beyond pay as you go now as well. So this is energy as a service and other models like partnership models, working with local SACCOs for consumer financing, MFIs, and how else we can actually bridge that affordability gap for consumers and make sure that they've got a long-term access to a good quality solar system. My final point I'll make is just on, we are talking about subsidies primarily, but affordability is much more than that. And when we're talking about reducing or increasing the purchasing power of people that live in humanitarian settings, we also need to look at fiscal incentives and making sure that the right type of concessional finance is available on the supply side as well, because that all has the effects of kind of reducing the end price for the customers. So something that I think as a community, we need to kind of look holistically at all the different actions that can be taken to increase access and increase affordability.
Thanks, Rebecca. And I think on your last point, yeah, I mean, I think we will need a session just to focus on that, what companies need to bring down the price of their product, but also what companies need in order to decide to invest in operations in those very hard, places where to sell products, really. So it's really a supply side conversation, which is complementary. And yeah, we aren't really covering and giving enough space now. And thanks for touching on that. And Andrea, so we heard some, good stories of success. We heard Samuel, Richard telling their stories, Mirta, sharing some of the work RVO are doing. Also, in the other session was earlier on, I heard some successes about, electrification of health, what is working around productive use of energy. All of them were very good cases, but still, specific cases, demonstrations. It sounds like we are in a time now in this humanitarian energy space, if you want to call it like this, where there is need for more scale and bringing all this together. And of course, scale means money, but it's not just about the money. And that's not the only reason why you're here, but also it's about the process. Scale is not just replicating the same things, so just doing the same things in bigger scale, you're responding to the same problem by the bigger way. And maybe sometimes it requires different solutions that are the smaller ones. I know it's a difficult question, but what's the World Bank role in learning from all of this, bringing scale, and what we're planning to do in order to do that?
Thank you very much for the question. And I also have to say, I really loved how the conversation has flown so far, from the case studies, the experience in Uganda and Burundi, and then the energy, the end user subsidy lab. And then we're hearing about the off-grid solar sector, because it also helps me remind that when we're talking about the hardest to reach humanitarian settings, we're mostly talking about off-grid solar solutions, right? Because most of the times they're going to be the solution that offers the best ratio in terms of affordability and quality of the service provided. You think that only 22% of the people who currently lack access are able to afford a tier 1 system with payload. And that is globally, right? Think about what happens in humanitarian settings, right? So, and that is the most affordable solution. So you can understand that affordability is a real challenge. But coming to Matthias' question, I see 3 core challenges. The first one relates to governments, right? Because here in this fantastic panel, there is no government representative, yet they are a key part of the conversation, right? The second relates to the supply side, and the third relate to the demand side, right? Which we touched upon with the end user subsidies. On the government side, we have to understand, and particularly the World Bank as a lending agency, cannot impose on government what they want to spend on, right? Governments have limited credit and grants, and they have to choose how to use it, right? So it's up to the government to understand whether refugees and displacement settings have to be included in their national electrification plan or not, how to best allocate resources. What is the enabling environment that allows government to work in displacement settings, or the private sector, right? Do the refugees have the right to work, to earn income, to move? These are all core questions that when we're talking about scale, this is what we're talking about, right? Can you even do that? Is the government even interested in doing that? And more often than not, the answer is no, right? There is a reason why we're talking a lot about Uganda. It's because Uganda has a very, very favorable working environment. And that's really a model that we've been aiming towards, right? So the first core constraint relates to willingness and enabling environment. And this is really a call to action for all of us. When we are addressing this discussion, government has to be in the room and has to be informed and has to be involved in the conversation whereby displacement settings, displaced people are a resource, not a burden. And as such is within their mandates to be electrified. The second point relates to the supply side, right? The cost globally, right? The average cost of a solar system with PAYGO, lifetime cost, it's about $120, right? Tier 1. When you go to a hard-to-reach area, the cost reaches about $200 because of operational cost, bad debt, and financing costs, right? Because everything becomes more expensive. Now, as Rebecca was saying, the off-grid solar sector is already struggling, right? But then you increase the cost so much. So how can you find a business model that can actually work, right? And in our estimates, as Rebecca was also saying, that's why I said the conversation was flowing well, because I was planning on quoting those figures. So it's about $21 billion that we need by 2030 to electrify everybody. And on the supply side, we need resources that are able to scale up equity and debt for the private sector. The private sector has to be able to scale up. And in order to do so, we have to be smart about we use the resources because we work with finite resources, right? So how do we want to deploy these resources in order to unlock whatever capital can come from the private sector? This is another key constraint. And we cannot just talk about, credit lines are fantastic, right? But we are seeing a trend that goes a little bit away from credit lines and includes a little more result-based finance. Why? Because we're reaching very hard to reach areas. It's not about borrowing. It's about covering a gap that cannot be otherwise met. And this is really the second point that relates to the supply side. The third point has really been made very well by Mirte, meaning we said this $21 billion, right? Half of it is actually the affordability gap. We're talking about 9 billion. So if you think about between now and 2030, what needs to happen, all the dollars that you're giving, half of it has to be given in terms of subsidies that cover the affordability gap. And user subsidies are a great way to go, potentially. Potentially because we're testing it. We're trying to understand. There is a reason why we have a user subsidy lab. It's a lab. We're testing. And through this fantastic collaboration between ESMAP and the other stakeholders, we're trying to understand what works so that we can scale up. And the challenge, as Mattia was introducing as well, is that scale is not just about doing things bigger. It's the risk change qualitatively. Meaning if in your pilot, you have the suspicion that you may be distorting the market, and then you go through all the countries, you're going to destroy the sector, right? So it has to be done in a very, very cautious manner. And in order to cover that affordability gap, and user subsidies are one of the strategies because there is a gap that we need to fill. But we also have to think of alternative business models that can reduce the amount of funding that is required and can make us explore things in a different way. Now, this whole conversation about affordability, and I'm wrapping up here, is a question mark because we do not know what comes ahead. We have never tested this. In our electrification efforts, we have caught the low-hanging fruits as far as we could, and now that is really the difficult part. So a lot of it is unknown and requires bold thinking. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Great, Andrea. And yeah, I think it's a lot of unknown, and now the sector is focusing a lot on this. So perhaps it's not yet the moment to scale it up. I don't know, a part of it could be. Just a point, we focus a lot on solar lighting because, of course, Rebecca is here. I believe the figures of finance needed to reach everybody by 2030, including clean cooking, is 60 billion, not 21. It's possible, right? 21 is just solar. Yeah, it's just electricity. Yeah.
Yes, and it's only talking about households.
Yes,
What
yes.
happens when you are when you talk about public institutions
but
where that use
just
to
to
reach
get a sense of
80
scale.
billion? Yeah.
And how much clean cooking is also a big part of it. Yeah. We just started. Okay, we do a quick round of final questions with everyone, and then we open it up to the audience. So 1 minute each, and it's very much about the future, right? And the first one is for you, Samuel. And this is really links answers to, I mean, it's also to answer to one of the big challenges to subsidies, how they distort the market possibly negatively in the future. So how are you making sure your program is not a one-off, but is creating the foundation for a market of the future?
Yeah, thank you, Matthias. I think Andrea has said it all. This is an unknown. But I think one aspect that we look at mitigating it is generally in our context, what we call stakeholder involvement. We know there are so many stakeholders involved, both at design level and also implementation. In our refugee context, we have key people, both at the government level, OPM, UNHCR, and also those who are doing energy access in this. So when you involve all of them, and the communication is clearly made to the beneficiaries, I think the issue of distorting market that my colleague said in Rwanda may be minimized. So I think generally as you implement, there must be clear communication. I need to emphasize that. There must be clear communication on who benefits from this and how long is this subsidy is going to be, so that the companies who are implementing the sale of these products also have at the back of their mind on the strategies of existing in the market. Ideally, these subsidies are supposed to create demand. As the companies implement, they also have business models of having structures in these places. Even when the subsidy ends, they continue to serve the markets with after-sale service or upgrades. Thank you.
Thanks, Samuel. And I think communication, yeah, it's, I mean, from the experience that you had, but others had in the room, is fundamental really to mitigate expectation, but also to ensure that it's the right subsidies designed for the right audience, let's say. Richard, very quickly as well, 1 minute, no more. And so what's the future of your company? Are you continuing doing this? What you want to grow in this space? What's your plan?
Okay, thank you so much. We need more investment, as Andrea said. We need equity, we need debt, we need a government involvement. And the World Bank, you have a great say because you are the donor and you donate to the government. So you can tell them to remove the taxes on their solar products and they will do it. So, and if they remove the taxes, it will attract more companies. When you remove taxes, some government, they say, oh, where are we going to get taxes from? No, you get taxes, more companies will be involved and the government will get tax on corporate taxes at the end of the year. So, yeah, and we need more partnerships. We need like UNHCR to open up, to not give for free, to let us be more active. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. And Marta, just coming to you for the last comment, and how do you see the work you're doing, going up in the future, scaling up, hopefully, and building those markets?
Thanks. And I like this question. I have a background in governance, and I think that initiatives like this only work if you cooperate with governments from the start. And to my taste, we work so little together with the governments on the different programs that we implement. And in my belief, that is the way forward.
Thank you, Mirta. And Rebecca, any final message to the audience from the off-grid industry?
Yeah, I think actually Richard said what I was going to say. Those of you that are coming to the Global Forum starting tomorrow, one of the big themes is partnerships. We need to do more together. The private sector can't reach the goals alone. The humanitarian sector can't make energy access happen alone. We need the government, we need private sector, we need all of you lot in the conversations, in the room, and go there together.
Thanks. And I think, Andrea, we heard a lot from you about the opportunity to scale up. No, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to ask you something. So there was a call from here for the World Bank. So what you are going to do now, you as Andrea Recale within the World Bank, to push those messages?
Sure, thank you. Okay, great question. No, I think there are really 5 core actors that are in the sector that need to coordinate. The idea is partnership and coordination. It's critical. As Richard was saying, you cannot, as private sector, you cannot compete if somebody else is giving the system away. You can't sell, right? So governments have to create enabling environment and have to unlock private capital. Private sector has to be bold and has to identify partnership with distributors in order to cut costs and identify specialized business models. Investors and donors have to be a little smarter on how they use their money, bridge the affordability gap, and use subsidies in an intelligent manner. Then we have NGOs. We need NGOs for their technical assistance, for their connection and knowledge of the area. Last but not least, humanitarian organizations. They are the ones who have to push the message on how things go forward. What's acceptable, what not, they have to convene and then they have to advocate. That's my master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. And I like this conclusion. Yeah, and we don't have humanitarian organization on the panel, but I'm sure that there are in the audience. So if they want to say anything, but great. Thank you all. I think we gave quite a broad picture of, opportunities for reducing the affordability gap. We now have some time for questions. Any question? Yes, we have do we have a mic in the room? So we have a gentleman there and then we have I recognize, actually. Hi, how are you?
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Azebo. I work for Mexico. My question is to Samuel. You made a very interesting remark at the start of your conversation, which touched on how end user subsidies are deployed. To me, maybe they may not be the effective way. As a business, I would love to pick your brain on what you feel is the right mechanism to deploy these subsidies to beneficial to the long-term development of your markets. Thanks.
Someone?
Okay.
I ask Richard. Okay, I ask you, not someone.
Can you paraphrase what he said?
Yeah, so I thought this was the question versus for Samuel. So what mechanism? So you're asking Richard from a company's perspective, what mechanism of subsidies you think should be most tailored to make them work within this? So what do you need?
Thank you so much. I think RBF is one of the mechanisms. It has worked in some countries and some countries it failed. The RBF, it works, even only it doesn't work because we have our own issues of lack of hard currency. Because RBF, you have to pre-finance everything. You use your own money, and the donor or the NGO provide a percentage on sales. So in Burundi, RBF, it's really difficult. Another mechanism is, I think, it's providing inventory financing, because we suffer from getting the product into the country, because we need to import it from China and bring them to Burundi. So we need to get hard currency. So it comes on the same point.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a challenge many companies in difficult markets like yours are facing. Thanks. I think we had a question there. There is a mic.
Thanks. I'm Kate Montgomery from Acumen. We recently did some interesting work in a refugee camp with a provider that was doing soil irrigation. And, he wanted to come up with a subsidy scheme that gave a subsidy to the refugees and let, the host community purchase with pay as you go. What was really devastating or sad about this opportunity was that what ended up happening was that only the host community could buy because they could get access to credit, whereas the subsidy still wasn't enough for the refugees to buy because they didn't have access to credit, which is the point of if you're using subsidy to overcome policy issues, there's not going to be enough subsidy. You have to have the government policy change so that people can access credit. And so I guess this goes to, you had the smart subsidy, you had a government or a company trying to do the right thing, and you still had this kind of breakdown of a smart subsidy that didn't get to the people that needed it because of a policy situation. And I guess I'm just wondering, to this panel, to other people, have you seen this? Have we seen opportunities where we've overcome this, or is it always this complicated to make these work?
If I may say something about that, and then maybe open it up to, we recently done a study for the FCDO looking at energy access market mechanisms for the extreme poor. And the number one challenge we saw that a lot of those market mechanisms designed to overcome affordability, they're not designed in the way that can be accessed by the people who need them. We saw that for displaced people who often need the documents or access or bank registration to access things, but they cannot. We saw the similar issues for people with disabilities at different levels of those most vulnerable groups. So I think it's a key challenge. It's almost methodological, and people forget about that. I don't know if there is any comment from the panel about this.
Yeah, just quick comment. First of all, sharing the failures is also really important. We've talked a lot about the lessons. So yeah, congrats for bringing that up as well. One of the things that Gogla does is we have a community of champions, and it's government peers. So we try and get governments together to learn from each other. And this probably in this context as well, and the example you shared there is something that, these are the kind of stories that we need to bring to platforms like that and share those failures, share those successes. So governments can learn from each other about how they overcome those, what policies in place will do that. And we had an example, recently we connected the government of Madagascar with the government of Rwanda to talk about how they are really kind of targeting customers for provision of subsidies, and how they, allocate subsidies to different parts of the community. And so it's really important that the more of these platforms that we have, the more those good lessons can be shared. But I think no direct answer to the problem that you had, but I think, yeah, definitely lessons that we need to expand.
Granda.
If I may add just a quick point. Well, the fact that you have encountered this issue is actually not a bad thing, because it became a matter of how can we make it work rather than if this is the right solution, right? You're trying to tailor a mechanism to make it work and get the government to be involved to a certain extent. It means that there is a basic acknowledgement of roles and responsibilities, which is very often not the case, right? So we can take the good, but as Rebecca was saying, the notion of intrapreneurship at the government level is really critical, because so many things can actually happen because the right people say the right thing at the right time. And that's really what the community of champions is about. Community champions where we're not, because we're right here at this moment. But anyway, this is really how you make these things happen, by spreading the message.
Thanks. I think we can, Renia, we still time for another question, right? Yeah, 2 questions more. So one here and, sorry, where? No, okay, so one there, yeah. Introduce yourself, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Ekman Daimu, and I'm involved in humanitarian energy as a consultant with the GPA and other partners. I'm just asking, I would ask a question regarding involving the people that we design these solutions for. Because in most cases, what I was saying in research in the field is that we have solutions that are brought by external partners, which are actually not locally relevant and not applicable. So I just want to see the board, if there among the solutions that you are developing, I don't know that you want to serve. I don't know the refugees, but the refugees that so that those solutions don't look external, so that we can serve. Thank you.
Great question. And I think answering that question would help solve the problem that came from Acumen found. First, I don't know, maybe Samuel, this is for you.
Yes, I think, like I said, the design of subsidies that is needed, and in our case, in our context, baseline studies are always done in these areas, and I think at that level they are involved. I also talked about stakeholder involvement. So at the design, even in the implementation, the key actors in this, they're involved, including the beneficiaries. So I think what we say with the implementation is that many of the beneficiaries, including other stakeholders who man these settlements, are involved. Thank you. Maybe my colleague.
Thanks. I think there was another question. Yeah, please. The mic for the. Yeah, him. Sorry.
My name is Regan. I work with JZ. One of the questions that I need to ask is that on the affordability aspect, it's not for us to look at the supply side. And when we look at the supply side, most of the solutions that are being given at the display settings, some of them are inputs. What we have in terms of in this context, we want to with technical institutions to capacity build to give them what we call with such technologies for them probably give them the skills to be able to manufacture this, whether it's the chemical solutions or the solar systems. Thank you.
So I guess this is either for Mirta or Andrea who wants to pick it. Thank you. Fantastic point. I wanted to add a little thing, which is when we're talking about supply side constraint, there is this kind of simplified view when we design subsidies where you think, okay, this is the additional cost that we have to cover, right? Which is not wrong, but it's just a portion of the story, right? It's not that you need $50 extra per system and that it's solved, right? Because otherwise it would be just a financial question. Instead, what we need and what we're doing with in Uganda Energy Access Scale Up project is comprehensive technical assistance. Because the point is when you have to penetrate these markets that work in a very, very different manners, you need to have, number one, private sector companies that are willing to enter and take the risk. Number two, distributors that are well instituted, integrated in the area that know how the system works so that you can connect them. And number three, whatever organism, it can be an NGO, it can be a humanitarian organization, it can be anything, right? That serves as a sort of glue that lets things work well and flow. So it's not just a financial question, it's a matter of capacity that is also for companies that we need to support. It's our duty to support with our projects. Thanks. Mirta, I see you want to add something.
Yeah, well, I think what NDEF, the Energizing Development Program, aims to do is to have these different building blocks. And of course, it's not perfect, but there is this environment aspect, this supply side aspect, and the demand side subsidies aspect. There's business development support. There is access to finance. There is the environment facility. So with that, NDEF aims to offer a tailor-made approach in a certain country, but it's tough.
Yeah, maybe just to close, I think we looked at the specific angle of financial intervention subsidies in what is a big systemic challenge, which is affordability, is due to many things. It's also about how much people value energy, especially when you look at click cooking. So it's a big discussion here. I think today we just looked at that specific area. I enjoyed the conversation, especially being in a humanitarian sort of related conference, because it showed how the discussion really went ahead compared to a few years ago. And I think the alignment also with the energy access and off-grid space is great. So thank you, our panelists. I think just one more thing, Amy, I think we have a shout out from Energy Saving Trust. I wanted to say something.
Thank you. Really interesting session. I just wanted to ask some of you in the room that might have some experience, if you'd be willing to stay afterwards to discuss with us how we might structure a financial mechanism for a project that we're launching in Rwanda. We have the funding, we have our partner, Practical Action, but we have this unique challenge that we need to spend the money at the beginning. So not like a traditional results-based financing. So just to invite anyone that has anything they would like to contribute to join me here in the coffee break. Thank you.
especially those who have experience which didn't work, please, not just the ones who are successes. And I thank you, Charlotte, and thank you, and I really want to thank you all of you also for the preparation. Thank you, Amy, and the GPA. Thanks for the audience.
Wonderful. And thank you, Mattia, as well for convening the panel. Yeah, so now is actually a coffee break. So get you re-energized for the next session. So feel free to go have coffee in the hall. And the next session will start in 30 minutes at 3:30. Thanks. Hello, everyone. We're about to start, so please come in and take your seat. We'll start in very soon, so please come in and get yourself comfortable for the session. All right, everyone. I hope you had a nice coffee and cake and are all energized for our last session before the closing. Welcome to this session on humanitarian energy and climate adaptation. We have a nice panel prepared for you, and I think this will be a very nice exploratory topic and conversation with the audience as well. So, as we all know, we're in a climate crisis, and it's one of the world's biggest challenges now. Energy access is very connected to this, and we all need to figure out how to adapt to the changing climate. And then when we look at humanitarian energy in this bigger context, there is a link, but we need to find it and connect it. So that's what this session is about. We will have a panel discussion. So we have five panelists and one wonderful moderator who will be up here on stage going through some guiding questions, and then there'll be some audience Q&A. So if I could invite Temesgen and the panelists to the stage, please come up, take your seat. Yeah, very good. Like it. Like the energy. Yeah. There's Amadou and Purity. Yeah. Good. Round of applause. Keep it going. Very good. Cool. You should all have microphones if there's any issues. I'm here. Great. Now I'll hand it over to Temesgen to walk us through. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm sure everybody's slumped down with the post-lunch slump. So bear with us until we finish this, and I hope this panel is exciting. I'll be moderating the session. My name is Temesgen. I'm an Associate Academy Fellow with Chatham House, and we have wonderful panelists here. Thomas Stevenson from Tractor Action, Susanna Huber from WFP, Ahmad Jallo from UNHCR, Irene from Last Mile Climate, and we have Patricia from Mercy Corps. I think I'll give the floor to Thomas.
We're up here. Yeah. So first, I'd just like to set the scene of the topic that we'll be going into. But first, I think I'll just give a brief intro to the organization that I'm from. So Practical Action, as you probably know by now, we are involved in increasing access to energy and also in humanitarian response. But you might not know that we also work in climate change areas. So we focus on the areas of disaster risk and providing access to early warning systems. And then we also work in a range of other areas, including agriculture, where the effects of climate change are being felt. And we also work to try and help people to increase their resilience to the impacts of climate change in different contexts. And we've been trying to explore the areas where our work in energy access can interact and link with our work in adaptation, and also exploring these linkages within the wider sector. So first, to set the scene, climate change is contributing to increased mobility. So for example, the World Bank has estimated that it could contribute to the movement of around 216 million people within their own countries by 2050, unless action is taken. Now, the nature of movement will vary. So in some cases, this will be planned movement, for example, in response to slow onset changes, such as changes in average temperatures and sea level rise. But also, in other cases, it will be unplanned, including kind of forced movement, for example, in response to rapid onset kind of changes such as flooding and drought. Most of the movement is expected to take place in countries in the poorest and most climate vulnerable regions. And so we know that I think around 40% of the estimated movement inside of countries is expected to take place in sub-Saharan Africa. And it is the case now that refugees and IDPs are concentrated in areas which have high exposure to climate hazards, including drought and extreme temperatures. So it's not only the case that climate change is driving mobility, it's also the case that when people are forced to move, they are staying in areas where there is high exposure. So despite this, support for humanitarian assistance and mobility as a means of adaptation is limited. Understandably, efforts around adaptation have often focused on trying to prevent the need for movement, but there is also a need to support people when relocation is either a preferred form of adaptation or when it is it's unavoidable. At the same time, we know that energy access has historically been overlooked as a means of adaptation. It's often predominantly addressed under mitigation, for example, by national governments and in the priorities of climate funds. And there's also limited inclusion of energy access within countries' national climate plans and the adaptation plans, which are a key resource for articulating different countries' priorities for adaptations, and they also act as a key channel for receiving climate finance. So more needs to be done to increase this prioritization. Why? Simply because without access to energy, many resilience and adaptation strategies won't function. So this includes powering early warning and climate information services, which are needed to understand and communicate hazard knowledge, as well as improving and enabling livelihoods that are more resilient to the impacts of climate change, for example, with access to productive technologies. And it's also important for powering different services, for example, actually access to healthcare in areas which are being impacted by the climate-induced kind of different health impacts, which are also linked to the impacts of climate change. So all of these areas can support resilience and adaptation, either by helping people to prepare for impacts in advance, or to moderate impacts or adapt to changes if they're in the short term or the long term. So we know within the wider sector, there are various challenges to integrating the energy access agenda with the climate agenda, and specifically on adaptation. So this includes convincing key decision makers, for example, in national governments and the climate funds, that the energy access as a whole, and also specific types of technologies, can have an impact on adaptation, and also help to meet the needs of countries when it comes to adaptation, as well as the priorities of national governments and climate funds. So this can be addressed through promoting different case studies that show types of impacts, and building the evidence base as a whole. So from case studies to more robust studies that look at the impact of technologies in specific contexts. And this will help to kind of increase the use of finance, and come to channel finance to the sector. It's also a case that we need to improve understanding of best practice. So while access to energy can be a foundational input for resilient strategies and for adaptation, it's important to recognize that it'll often need to be combined with other interventions. And these could be in disaster risk reduction, as well as in specific livelihoods, for example, agriculture, to enhance impacts and also to try and avoid some of the unintended consequences. So recognition of this need for integration has been growing. It's been driven by a variety of organizations, from NGOs to advocacy campaigns and researchers, as well as from interest from off-grid companies themselves. And for practical action, been working with Gogler to try and address some of the challenges that I've mentioned in a pragmatic way. So by producing a framework which will try to align the impacts of technologies with the kind of the framing and the priorities of countries when it comes to adaptation, but also the climate funds, in trying to take a pragmatic kind of step to enable the use of climate finance for the off-grid sector. That's just a kind of brief plug, but I'll hopefully be able to talk to that in the conversation and as well after this presentation. So just returning to humanitarian assistance, as that is the focus of the conference and also the conversation now. So energy access is vital both for planned relocation and unplanned movement in terms of improving resilience and supporting adaptation. So this includes supporting humanitarian organizations and their kind of efforts around coordination, but also to enhance the resilience of refugees and of IDPs, whether they're located inside camps or within host areas. So this can include kind of access to clean cooking and lighting, but also in terms of improving refugees' their economic kind of independence and their ability to engage in livelihoods, which can help them to moderate and adapt to climate change through higher incomes, as well as access to more resilient assets. So just to wrap things up, today we'll be exploring some of the opportunities and the barriers for integrating humanitarian energy specifically into the resilience and adaptation agenda. So this will include exploring some case studies which show where specific types of support can have an impact and highlighting some of the different approaches that have been taken. And we'll also look into the barriers and opportunities that I mentioned, including trying to access finance as well as increase prioritization and inclusion in national climate plans and other policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I think we have Amadou next.
I have some presentation to share. Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you. I'm happy to be here to address topic about clean cooking solution and adaptation, climate adaptation in a refugee country. I will start in Asia refugee Asia region globally, and then I will focus on Chad, where I'm come from. Next one. So generally in Asia, we have a global strategy for energy access and climate adaptation, and we support the refugees and hot communities and in the world. And in this topic, energy access and climate adaptation, we have several support like clean cooking. We have there some clean stove and briquettes and LPG, so and solar cookers. We have also a renewable energy focus on energy access like healthcare, in water pumping, lighting, and we have also in education and health facilities, including livelihoods. So, and another level on the support is greening humanitarian operations. For example, in our office, something like that. So our vision is on global strategy, and we have something which address on resilience climates. So you can find this information all on it is the public information. According in the chart, the context in chart is very specifically. In the chart, you have most of the country. You have a climate conflict. You have a climate issues,
and climate change issues, and you need to address more solutions for climate adaptation. So we have environmental disease and deforestations. We've refugee displacement in the Chad due of Sudan conflict. We have more deforestation every time because the principal source of energy for clean cooking is white food. And after that, the next one we have also portion of natural and local infrastructures. We have also another thing is that the cost of technologies, renewable technologies is very, very costly. And we have also a lot of skill and good technician for maintenance and something like that. And so everything we have also the conflicts on natural resources. We need to address a good solution for this situation. And the limited access to the finance is also a big challenge in this part of the world. And finally, we have more challenge, but we have to find solutions for this for refugees in the Chad, such as energy access for climate adaptation on clean cooking. So we can go up and I will share with you a little bit experience according to Chad operation. The firstly is like I said previously, healthcare, energy access for healthcare and schools. There we have more 2 or 3 projects which help us for to solarize healthcare. Another project one is what is the water. We have some plants where all energy used for solar pumping is solar energy. We don't have any generator there. So this is a good example for energy access for climate adaptation. Next one, we have also livelihood and lighting for security issues in the camps, which we have in most of our camps in east of Chad. And the last one is the green, like I said, for our humanitarian operation. This project is ongoing and it will be solarized all office field and sometimes generators for solar pumping. So the last challenge, big challenge where we find the solution is a clean cooking, where we have a more complete VBG and a big challenge. So the first solution we find there will be a good solution is for gas, the LPG. LPG is a good solution, but it's very expensive for the refugees. And sometimes we don't have enough gas for everyone in Chad. Here we need to address and political and another national level to help to find the solution. The next one after LPG is the briquettes. This is an emergency solution which we find to address problems of clean cooking. So this is a big solution which we find we do with West, and we do this in the capital and bring up in the earth for the refugees. And the last one is the solar cookers, and the solar cookers is also a solution, but for the simple, for the social reason and the technical reason, this is not for the refugees, but we have there a solar cooking solution. We have the solution with a credit card and focus on. So it's a big example for energy access for climate adaptation. And the last one I will give you this project. We have it on the 2 where we have refugees around 100,000 peoples in these camps, and with this technology, we have around 10,000 household there which have these kits, and we can you can reduce 2 ton of COD reduce per household there, and annually we get more than 18,000 credit carbon. So it is a good example for us. We have it a good example in for energy access in climate adaptation. So thank you very much. This is end of my presentation. This one you can find it you can find it if you have more information, more question or something like that. We are happy to give you. I would like to know everyone after this challenge we have to find, and we have a strategic now to address for diplomacy and to find a good solution. If you have another solution for us to check, I'm free to get them. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Amadou, for that very comprehensive presentation. Now we're gonna get into this very well-packed, experience-packed panel. And I want to start with Susanna. I want to ask, what is the experience of WFP in linking clean energy solutions to climate adaptation in refugee settings? And we can start with Susanna, and if any of the panelists have any other things to say about this question, you can jump in. We can have this as a conversation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be on this panel for this very important topic. I have to say, I am being presented with a bit of a wicked problem. I don't think I have any answers for you, but I can share what my experience has been as regional advisor, climate, energy, and water at WFP. So what I do is I help 9 different country offices in this region try to incorporate more climate adaptation, energy access, and water access in their programming. So I thought I'd start with first explaining what climate adaptation programming looks like in WFP. I think what we've learned is that we really first need to understand what climate change is going to, how it's going to affect the communities that we work with. So really having an understanding of climate modeling, climate forecasts at the granular level that we need it is something that WFP has been working on very consistently in this region by doing capacity strengthening at meteorological institutes. We have a big program with Google, for example, that's really looking at computer learning in climate modeling as well. So that's kind of the first step of climate adaptation programming, is understanding the climate shocks in the region. Then when it comes to helping the communities understand what these climate shocks are going to do is really to help them anticipate, but also to reduce the risks that they face. And how do we do this risk reduction? We do it through a whole bunch of types of activities and interventions, and we layer and sequence them so that they make sense, hopefully. At least that is our intention. So we focus very much on climate information services, getting the right information out to communities at the right time so that they can prepare themselves. And we also do cash distributions, forecast-based financing, it's called, to help communities temporarily either move, if it's in the case of a flood, for example, move their household, move their assets to protect them. And in the case of drought, it's similar. It's really helping them to understand what can you do in order to prepare for these slow onset crises. Then on the longer term, we also help communities build up their resilience to these climate shocks. And we do that through large-scale landscape restoration projects, really understanding that environmental degradation is very much compounded by climate change. it can make food production very difficult for communities. So focusing on getting their food security and more resilient by helping them with their natural resource base. Now, across all of this, it's very clear to us through a lot of studies, assessments, that energy access runs through all of this, right? And so even in, for example, temporary crisis management, ensuring mobile energy access products and services are there for the communities, but also on the much longer term. I have to say, though, it has been difficult for us, specifically in this region, to access climate finance for these types of kind of integrated climate programs, including energy access, because often we focus on very fragile and remote contexts. I think we've heard a lot today already about the challenges of operating in such areas. There's a lack of infrastructure. We don't have the market. There's no access to these products and services. But I just want to share one experience that I've had recently in applying for a Green Climate Fund program in this region as WFP. And the country office colleagues had said, yes, we'll do the climate information services. The communities will know what's going to happen on time. And then we're going to build their resilience. And we want to include clean cooking. And our advisor for the Green Climate Fund, she said, yes, this is very important. But don't add too much of it in the program, because otherwise it'll become a mitigation program and not an adaptation program. So we were actually told to reduce how much clean cooking was going to be included in the program because of this. So I think that this false kind of dichotomy of where clean cooking really is between mitigation and adaptation needs to be addressed. I think it needs to be seen more holistically, and the links between deforestation, land degradation, and cooking specifically, I think is a real opportunity for us to really bring energy access into adaptation programming. Thank you.
That last nugget was really important. I think a lot of the problems is there needs to be some kind of standardized way that we look at, especially we need to focus on adaptation and not just look at it in a two-way street. I'll ask the same question to Ayo and what last mile climate's experience has been in practice.
Thank you. My name is Ayurin Helen. I serve a management clinic as a partnership officer. So first, I will give my experience as a refugee and as a lack of access to clean energy affect women more than gender. So we cannot separate clean energy and climate adaptation because deforestation leads to climate crisis. And when you visit refugee settlement, 99% of the population depends on biomass, firewood and charcoal. So for us to make sure that we preserve the local ecosystem, we should first find an alternative source of energy for cooking, because there's no family that spend a day without cooking, even those that cannot afford a day would want to cook. I live in Kiriandomo refugee settlement. I have 28 family members. And in a month, I need around sacks of charcoal for cooking in my family. And a sack of charcoal, it's around 130 Ugandan shilling. That's roughly $35. And somebody who is not earning. And that's why when you go in the settlement, especially in my settlement, you find families that cook using plastic bottles because they can't even afford firewood. The situation in Uganda, it's different. There's no firewood because in emergencies, humanitarian organizations focus on humanitarian needs, ignoring the long-term climate goal. So Last Mile Climate has created a platform called Climate Action Partnership that has 3 components. One is management, which focus on fair recycling of wastes, of plastic wastes. Because in the settlement, refugees use plastic bottles for cooking. So it is the right time we find solution on how we can recycle the plastic bottles. So another component of Climate Action Partnership is SOLCO, the Solar Electric Cooking Partnership, as alternative source of energy for cooking. In my settlement, refugee women moves 18 kilometers to look for firewood. Many are raped. And you can't find victims because the distance is very long. A refugee woman carries a child on the back to go and get firewood. A lot of things happen there. So Solar Electric Cooking Partnership focus on providing alternative source of energy for cooking. And there's Eco-Adapt that focus on reforestation. Because we cannot separate clean energy and climate adaptation. And for us to realize the effective solutions to climate adaptation, we need to start at emergencies. We need to start awareness when we are responding to emergencies. We should not forget of the long-term goal of climate adaptation. So it's very important that we look at this together. My colleague said the Green Climate Fund does not recognize the importance of energy. So it is our work to make sure we advocate for inclusion of these two together, because you cannot separate these two. They are together and we have to implement them together. So for me as a refugee, I think we should focus more on finding alternative source of energy for us to preserve the environment. Because if we don't, we shall spend all the money in planting trees, making sure, we have everything, but you will not see anything. If those who live in Uganda, we have 13 refugee settlements, and Uganda hosts closely 2 million refugees. If you drive around the refugee settlement, you will not see trees. Yet there are millions of dollars that have been invested in tree growing. Why? Because there's high demand of biomass. People cannot even wait for these trees to grow. They cut them when they're still young because there's need for energy for cooking. So for me, this is how I think all of us should be looking at this angle of finding the best alternative source of energy so that we can preserve the ecosystem within the displacement setting. Thank you.
It's really important that you highlighted the risk of violence that women face, and that like having clean cooking solutions not only provides that ability to adapt, but also reduces the exposure to risk that women face. So it's really important that throughout the Humanitarian Energy Conference, there needs to be a theme of having refugee voices and designing these programs. And just wanted to highlight that important point that you made. I'm going to go back to Thomas, and I'm going to ask you, what are the challenges and barriers between attaching these two agendas, the clean cooking, the clean energy solutions, and the climate adaptation, and what kind of evidence is needed to connect these two?
Yes, sources, there simply is the sort of the kind of condition that the energy access can contribute to adaptation at a kind of high level of the funds. I think you mentioned the case of the climate funds, kind of being, I think, quite, seeing the dichotomy that energy access falls into the section services. There's not so much of a recognition of the contribution it can make to meeting adaptation goals. So I think it's, the recognition is a big challenge. Has supported the Hardest to Reach kind of fund that's led by Acumen, acts as is one of the entities that can act as a sort of for solving the finance and channeling that to other organizations. That I know supported the Acumen Fund, which is about the kind of finance off-grid. So I think partly for mitigation perspective, but also for adaptation, there's recognition that energy access can contribute in, I think, it's around, from what I understand, kind of some recognition of the role of energy access in powering access to climate information, so different types of early warning systems and climate information services, and can support resilient livelihoods, so supporting different types of diversification of livelihoods types and activities that people take kind of engage in to spread the risk of climate impacts on one area. And also I think there's some recognition that off-grid solutions can similarly like spread the risk of climate impacts on the supply of energy in general. So I think as coming back to the challenges, it's about looking at there is some recognition, but I think the challenge is to kind of mainstream that. So not looking at kind of one-off cases where there's some recognition for some individual types of interventions. So I think we want to aim for wider recognition by other climate funds and also inclusion in national adaptation plans. And then I think as well trying to push the envelope on the types of contributions that energy can have. So not just on livelihoods, but also for services, and then also then for access to energy for displaced people as well. So I think I could talk about some of the kind of avenues that might be there to address this. So I think inclusion, as I said at the start, that the national adaptation plans the countries have act as they set out different countries' priorities for adaptation, and then they often guide or act as a signal to climate funds, and that there is in terms of what can be financed. But I think that's not necessarily the perfect solution, because I know that with adaptation finance in general, I think the demand outstrips the kind of supply of finance, and there can be challenges in trying to access climate finance. I think you kind of spoke to sources. Also, it's not necessarily the case that just because energy access is included and a national adaptation plan that will lead to kind of actual financing. I think there's also a need to explore other types of finance and different sources, so not just from the kind of public finance and the kind of the four main climate funds, including the Green Climate Fund, which are linked to like the UNFCCC process. So that's one area. So yes, I think kind of building recognition through different case studies that, and I think using the sort of language of adaptation and not just kind of the language, but the criteria. So I think Susie mentioned as well, like trying to consider. I think one of the kind of questions of where does adaptation vary from kind of normal activities for development is about the intentionality of the way that things are done. So considering different communities specific vulnerabilities to hazards and considering climate data, then trying to design types of interventions, including like the use of energy access to displaced people that actually respond to specific impacts that have been identified. So I think as well as kind of increasing the number of case studies and recognition and trying to influence people that way, it's also about kind of talking and using the specific language and trying to kind of frame the role that the energy access can have within climate resilience and adaptation language, as well as linking it specifically to kind of the outcomes and the goals and the needs around adaptation that national governments have articulated, as well as those that are then recognised and prioritised by climate funds.
Thanks, Thomas. I think always the answer to what kind of evidence is more research, basically. So more research needs to be done, but also at the same time, we need to focus on impact, as Thomas has alluded to. I'm going to ask the same question to Amadou, and what has the experience of UNHCR been in this, in linking these two agendas? And from your perspective, from your work that you've presented to us today, what are the practical considerations that an organization like UNHCR does?
Thank you very much. I think that he said the challenge is sometimes coordination of humanitarians intervenants, for example, NGO and other UN agency. This is a big challenge. So we try to coordinate the actions to address to address this energy access and climate finance. So we need also to have a good collaboration with the locals government to help them to have a good project for climate adaptation and to find the funds. And for that, we have some embassies we're working on. So, for example, in Chad, we have this meeting is leading by UK embassy, where we have a technical groups. Sometimes we try to have sessions to help the locals government, like Ministry of in charge of environment, have a good project, and you give them the rules of the climate change financing, and they can try to do proposals to get some project. So this is an example which you have, for example, in a chart. So is that sometimes in the locals, this is a challenge is that the regulations. Okay, when some projects to be implemented, and when you don't have a good regulation in the locals, that will be issues. This is a challenge. Sometimes you don't get that. So for the solution for that, we have also a regular meet you and work with agency in charge of refugees sometimes, so to avoid some some reflections, some solutions to the locals. We try to help them to have a good solution, good implementation according to climate adaptation. I think.
Yeah, I want to know from Mercy Corps as well. What has Mercy Corps' experience been in the practice of linking clean energy solutions to climate adaptation, but also what are the challenges that you face in implementing these projects?
Thank you so much. My name is Purity. I work with Mexico as the Energy Access Advisor. And just to mention, our approach as Mexico is usually market system development. So in terms of linking energy access and climate adaptation, currently we are implementing a project in the Caribbean island that is designed to build resilient communities to be able to respond to the emergencies such as hurricanes. So currently we have 17 resilience hubs that are designed to provide power during emergency, but also to provide other critical services such as water at the point of emergency, and also they act as communication hubs that provide information in regards to how to prepare for the disaster, how to communicate with their families, and such information. And they're equipped with the solar system to provide power and Wi-Fi for such solutions. Also, these resilience hubs, they're very beneficial at the recovery from the emergency. They're designed also to provide innovative agricultural technologies such as hydroponics, which now enables the communities to be able to recover in terms of their economic activities. So that is in the Caribbean islands, and currently we are operating in Puerto Rico, but with the possibility of extending to other 5 islands. But also we are implementing climate-related projects in Uganda, supporting the refugees and the host community in terms of agricultural production using solar irrigation technologies. So in terms of challenges, I would say the main challenge is that the market is not developed in most of these areas, the refugee settlement and also in the last mile climate. You find the markets are very thin. There are very few private sector who are participating there. So there's need to really develop the market so that we can be able to design long-term solutions. Also, I think the other challenge is that in most cases you find that humanitarian energy is viewed separately from climate adaptation. In most countries, probably humanitarian energy needs are not integrated in the national adaptation plans, and that affects even how we program and how we design our climate adaptation programs.
Thank you, Perosi. And I think that last part has been a recurring theme of, yes, we need to get these goals in the national adaptation plans. And with that in mind, I'm going to go back to Susanna. How can humanitarian energy tap into wider climate adaptation finance, policies and plans? And then after Susanna, everyone can take a crack at the curve. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I'm going to stick with the same thoughts that I had before, which is really if we're going to be including humanitarian energy into climate adaptation programs and financing, I think the link that energy access gives to how communities are adapting to the climate needs to be made more clear. And I think as it stands now, that is an assumption that we have. It's something that's not quantified. And so I would like to understand those linkages better. And I think that that's also why probably the climate finance funds are struggling with it currently as well. Thanks. Purity.
Want some comment on this one?
Thank you. Yeah, so I think yeah, around evidence is definitely important, and the challenge of kind of what level of analysis is sufficient to see the link between energy access and adaptation. And I know there is this. I think this is an open question, and I don't know if we really have the exact answer. I think that yeah, on the one hand, there is. You could say that there should be a focus on causality, and yeah, knowing clearly like what kind of changes in levels of vulnerability or resilience can be clearly attributed to energy access. And I think that so this is definitely a challenge, but I think it's also a challenge that relates to interventions for adaptation in general. In the case that I think that adaptation as a whole is something that's quite hard to measure. I think because if you're being really, I guess, specific or rigorous, you might say that you need to know kind of the counterfactual of what would happen if an intervention hadn't been in place, or people hadn't changed their livelihoods in a certain way, or whatever it was, and then a disaster or a climate hazard happened. So you could see the comparison, but obviously that's not really something that can be measured in a practical sense in terms of looking at projects where where the impacts on adaptation might only be observed after a project ends, or maybe several years afterwards. So I think you have to take a more pragmatic approach, and you can focus on seeing the kind of the links between various different interventions, including access to energy and the abilities or the capacities that are present within the system. So within households, or within kind of a refugee camp, or in a village, or whichever kind of setting, and you can see that these are things which are enhanced before before hazard impacts take place, and kind of from past experience, and also kind of the best practice and knowledge within the sector that it's about kind of seeing the likelihood. So it's not kind of a perfect solution, but you know that okay, if energy access contributes to enhancing people's access to kind of more climate resilient crops, or increasing their access to water when it's combined with different types of interventions that can manage the water resource in a sustainable way, then you know from past experience that is likely to lead to a successful adaptation outcome. And I think that's kind of a way around it. And I think there's also a balance between trying to be with the focus on trying to build evidence. I think you would want to, there's a balance around being very rigorous and knowing exactly what can be linked to what input. But then there's also the fact that this is a very pressing challenge, and I think I think you need to kind of compromise in areas and go with the kind of the knowledge that is available in the sector around adaptation, around what works under certain circumstances, and then kind of compromise there in terms of trying to take action in a rapid way and respond to these very real challenges that are happening now. So I think there's a trade-off there. I think just coming back to what I said at the start, it is a challenge that I don't think is specific to energy access, and I think also kind of that it'll be context specific, and perhaps different funders or different organisations will want to know kind of more, kind of have different requirements around the level of data and kind of evidence that they need before deciding to act. I think, or kind of in the certain way that is relevant in that context. So I think that's kind of the challenge I would say that's there.
In the interest of time, I'm gonna ask, what is the way forward? We've talked about the linkages, the need for more evidence, the different definitions. But what is needed going forward? What can be done? And following the discussion, what can the viewers here and online, what could they do when they go back to their organizations working on this project, working on these themes? What is needed? Let's start with AO, and then Purity can go after.
I think there are three things we can do. One is aligning the humanitarian energy projects with climate adaptation plan. It's key. And then moving forward, we should engage more with private sector companies, because when it comes to clean energy and climate adaptation, it's quite heavy and it needs a lot of resources. So we should focus on building public-private partnership so that we can approach this goal that we want to achieve together. And the last thing is co-creation. We should make sure that we co-create our project together with refugees, host community, and the government, because sometimes we start implementing projects and government said it doesn't align to our policy. It doesn't align to our pledges. And you take to the refugees, you find there's low uptake from the refugee community because they don't understand it, because we created it alone. So it's very important that we co-create our projects together with refugees. Inclusivity is key in achieving a bigger goal. Thank you.
Yes, just to add to what I will mention, one, I'll say we need to generate a lot of evidence to be able to justify the importance of energy, clean energy in terms of climate adaptation. Also, I will emphasize on partnerships. We need to have all the players active, from the government, the development partners, and also the humanitarian actors. I'll also mention a lot of building sustainable market, because I feel like that is where we are active as Mexico. We really need to strengthen the supply chains, the distribution network, so that we can be able to attract the private sector in these settings, the refugee settings. And then also we need to leverage on blended financing. I think it's Mama Duhu mentioned about carbon credit. Also, how can we leverage the other available climate finance so that we can be able to develop more sustainable clean energy solution. And the last one is we really need to work with the local community to strengthen them and to enable them to have capacity to respond to the climate related disasters. Thank you.
You can answer the question, Ahmad.
Some people would like is that according to the climate adaptation, refugees is not only climate access, or not only access, solution for climate adaptation, such as because water issues as well. This refugee crisis, instead of Chad, I will talk about Chad. Instead of Chad, you have some season lacking of water, for example. If you implement adaptation, you need, for example, agriculture, for example, balance for electric. To agriculture adaptation.
for agriculture. This is a solution for climate adaptations for our refugees to have a land, something like that. So energy come and you can put your more, but you need something like that before. So this is a bit I want to share. And the challenge this solution again is the moon, the challenge is the food, is the food. To do climate adaptation, we're talking about foreign, we're talking about social sensibilizations and sometimes in the physics, this is if the solution comes from it's not a good solution sometimes because we need to look at implication. For example, sometimes we need to have a big infrastructure to address a good solutions for like development because now we want to make this development humanitarian and peace everywhere we have. So if you want to address a solution this way, this is what I want to go. If you want this one, you need more money, you need good programs, structuration programs. Thank you.
So you can take this question, Susanna will have the last word.
Okay, so I guess the focus on next steps and things. So I would say, returning to the point around, I think with the evidence that we have, trying to align that to the goals and the priorities and the adaptation needs that are already recognized. I think often the case that we're thinking about the same outcomes, but so for example, it's a climate fund that's thinking about strengthening livelihoods that are resilient to climate change, but maybe they haven't recognized that actually to do this, or one way of doing this is through the use of different energy solutions and as well as the fact that there's kind of a goal around increasing the coverage of early warning systems. But then if a significant proportion of the people that need early warning systems don't have access to energy, then how is that goal going to be achieved? So I think that's some of the areas that can be focused on in terms of advocacy is to say that actually the outcomes that we're after are the same, and to try and increase the recognition of the role that energy access can play as a kind of a foundational input to achieving those goals. I think that's something that can be focused on, and then also around evidence, kind of building the evidence base in general, and that will be a combination of sharing kind of existing case studies and then as well as trying to address gaps, and obviously in specific contexts. And it's important to recognize that resilience and adaptation are context specific, because hazards will vary and people's vulnerability to climate change will vary in different contexts. So there'll definitely be a need for more context specific research. So I'd say definitely around that way, and then thinking about kind of the pragmatic ways that that I think energy access for displaced people can be prioritized in terms of perhaps using the existing leverage and kind of links that we have. So trying to increase the inclusion of both energy access and refugee populations in different climate plans. So from the county level up to national level, as well as recognition by kind of decision makers at an international level. And then exploring different ways of trying to access finance. So there's definitely a need to align it with international climate finance and public finance, but there'll also be that they obviously come with their challenges. So I think there's a need to explore a whole range of different options there. Yeah.
I agree, obviously, with everything what everyone has said in terms of the way forward. I would close by saying I think we need to have a very good understanding of what the communities are adapting to, how they need to protect their livelihoods, and more advocacy around the fact that these livelihoods are very much based on water, energy, food, and ecosystems. And that is what climate adaptation in the end is about. So I would say climate adaptation is more the umbrella, and energy access is one of the parts of that. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much. I think this was very informative. I'm sure we've learned so much from here. I think my main takeaways is evidence, co-design, building out markets, and all of this under a large umbrella of climate adaptation, energy access being one. I think I'll give it to Amy to close the session. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Temesgen, and our wonderful panelists. I think that was a wonderful discussion and probably a springboard to many more. So thank you. And maybe we give them a round of applause. Wonderful. Thank you all. So I think we can close here and go into the Hall of Africa room where we will have the final conference closing. So we have 15 minutes now to transition, take a little refreshment break, and we'll meet in Hall of Africa at 5 p.m. in 15 minutes. Thanks.